I can get.
What, pussy fart?
That's Mike.
What the fuck?
What happened to your microphone? Your microphone.
What about it? What the fuck do you mean?
It's actually insane how many characters there are within the video game Fortnite. If you want to run around as Captain Hook from Peter Pan with a skibbity toilet back bling with an X-Wing as your glider, you can do that in this video game. But many people want to know what skins are being added to the game in 2025. So I went ahead and created a bingo skin prediction list for this year. Every row is themed after something different. We have gaming, Star Wars, movies coming out in 2025, musicians, and finally content creators. So without further ado, let's go ahead and dive into my bingo skin prediction list for 2025. We're gonna go ahead and start out with the top row. It's all themed around characters in video games. The first one on this list is the Scout from Team Fortress 2. If you haven't played this video game, it's a class-based shooter that was created by Valve, and many other gaming studios use this as inspiration to create their own class-based shooter, like Overwatch or even Marvel Rivals. However, I believe that the Scout from Team Fortress 2 is a great character to add into Fortnite. I think his proportions fit well, and I believe that Valve probably has Fortnite on their radar. And the reason I say that is because they have the back bling skibbity toilet, which essentially is a Garry's Mod character or Half-Life 2 character model that was used in these animations on YouTube, and this is how this character is actually in the game. It's an inspiration, obviously. So my guess is that Valve probably has it on their radar. If they want to add any characters into Fortnite, I highly suggest that they consider adding Scout from Team Fortress 2. The next character that I have is Jinx from Arcane or League of Legends. And you might think, well, wait a second, Mooplist, we already have a Jinx skin in the game. There is a lot of traction online with people wanting the Arcane skins to come back into the game. It actually caught the attention of a very high up person at Riot Games. He said that he'll look into trying to get the Arcane skins to reappear in the game. So the chances of them reappearing is actually pretty high. But I think if they're going to add the old skins back into the game, chances are they'll look at season 2 of Arcane and want to add skins from that season. Jinx is a very popular character, so I think the alternative outfit that she has at the end of season 2 of Arcane, where she has this hood and she's actually kind of chopped her hair a little bit, I think this is a great addition to add into the game. The next character that we have is Sora from Kingdom Hearts. Listen, I'm a big advocate of the Kingdom Hearts game, and with Disney actually investing a lot into Fortnite, I think they own 10% now of Fortnite or Epic Games, which is truly wild, to be honest with you. The chances of them adding Sora to the game is quite high. I don't know if it will be in 2025. My guess is whenever Kingdom Hearts 4 is currently being promoted or being, advertised online, they'll consider adding Sora into the game. Maybe it won't be his Kingdom Hearts 2 attire, which I believe is the best outfit that Sora had. Regardless, I think Sora has a really high chance of being added into the game at one point in the future. We have the next person here. It has to be a World of Warcraft character. I'm sorry, I make a lot of World of Warcraft content on my channel. It's Xal'atath. I did consider thinking, oh, they could add the Lich King or any other popular character like Sylvanas. But I believe that if Blizzard Entertainment wanted a character in Fortnite, it would probably tie into their expansions that they're working on, and the main antagonist in these expansions is Xalatath. So this is why I believe we'll probably get a Xalatath skin in 2025, because we hope to have the expansion Midnight later on this year, probably around August, September, or November of this year. And chances are, if they want to get the word out and get people in from other video game genres to look into World of Warcraft, well, a character in Fortnite is one of the best ways to do so. Finally, at the end of this list is a character I don't really know too much about, but I think it's probably a safe bet to assume they will be added into the game. This is a character from the newest Assassin's Creed game, which should release sometime in 2025. I myself, I haven't played an Assassin's Creed game in many, many years. I did watch my younger brother play Assassin's Creed 1 and 2. Other than that, I really don't know a lot about Assassin's Creed, but I do know it's a very big franchise, and if they have a new game coming out this year, then the chances of them adding one of the main characters from the new Assassin's Creed game that they've been working on for quite some time. I did read online it's been delayed multiple times, so if they want this game to do well, they want more eyes on it, let's go ahead and add a character into Fortnite from their game. The next row that we have on here is all Star Wars themed. I like watching Star Wars. I grew up watching the films as a kid. Obviously, with Disney investing a lot into Epic Games, they have been releasing Star Wars skins every single year. So with this whole theme, not only is it Star Wars themed, but it's also all droids. I think it's time for us to finally get an actual bot skin into the game, so that way if your lobby is filled with bots, well, maybe they'll be wearing one of these skins. The first character is General Grievous. I think adding General Grievous into the game is one of the easiest and best choices to do. I will be copping a General Grievous skin 100%. That way, when you run into an Obi-Wan skin, you can have that actual interaction where you say, "Hello there, General Kenobi." It would be awesome. But if they don't add General Grievous into the game, they could add just a normal battle droid into the game. We could have an emote where the character says, "Roger, Roger." That would be amazing. I think this is also a safe pick to add into the game. And if they want to add different color variations, like the commander has that, you know, little like yellow paint strip on him, or if they want to do other droids where they have different color combinations, kind of like what they did with the stormtroopers, it's a safe bet that maybe the battle droid will be added into the game. Now, if they don't add those two choices, then they might add the security droid or the K2SO droid from Rogue One. You might think, well, Rogue One doesn't have a sequel coming out this year, and I think they are working on Andor Season 2, so chances are we might see that character in that show, and that would mean that putting him into the game is a perfect example as to why it's good marketing, and it's a good excuse to add him into the game. Maybe you're like, these three choices are not good. Okay, what about being C-3PO cranking 90s? I know he is a back bling, and that would actually be kind of funny if you had the C-3PO skin and then had a broken C-3PO on your back as the back bling. You can get this back bling if you had the Chewbacca skin. So I think it's about time they add C-3PO into the game. Oh, he might be too fast and he actually moves slower in the movies. Who cares? Like, we have so many characters and skins in this game. It's about time that they add C-3PO as a skin. Last but not least, I believe this character is L3 from the Han Solo series. Obviously, it's not my top pick of droids or skins they should add. If it is within the theme of Star Wars and droids, this is another contender that I think has good proportions. It's not like they have to redo the skin. They could literally just add that character from that movie into the game. It's correct proportions, and I think it would be funny if they had an emote where the head like spins around and stuff like that. This is the whole row of Star Wars and droids. Maybe they'll add other characters from Star Wars. I could think of like Count Dooku or many other different characters, but I'm gonna keep it with the droid theme. We're gonna move on over into our next row, which is actually all films coming out in 2025. This next pick that I have is Hiccup from How to Train Your Dragon. They are releasing a real live version of How to Train Train Your Dragon. I don't think they'll probably use the actual real actor because a lot of people don't know what he looks like. So I think having the animated character from How to Train Your Dragon is probably a safer bet to have into the game. It would be really cool to have his pickaxe with the flaming sword. I'm a big advocate of flaming swords from Guild Wars 2, so I think having Hiccup with his flaming sword would be pretty cool. But maybe Hiccup isn't your cup of tea. Perhaps you want to run around the game as Tom Cruise. The reason why I picked Tom Cruise is, you guessed it, there is a brand new Mission Impossible movie that should be releasing in 2025. Tom Cruise is always doing like a majority of all his stunts within all his films, and he's constantly like running all the time. So yeah, it makes sense to add a Mission Impossible themed character of Tom Cruise into the game. We do have a free space with bingo, so hey, I didn't have to consider too much with this row. But the very next character we have is Snow White. You might be thinking, Snow White? What? This film came out many years ago. Why would they add a Snow White character? They do have a live action of Snow White coming out sometime in 2025. It's the same reason I'm giving with Hiccup from How to Train Your Dragon. I don't think they'll use the real life actor for the skin. They'll probably use the animated version. We already have Captain Hook. We already have Cruella de Vil in the game, so they'll probably use an animated version of Snow White. Who's to say like what they would use for her pickaxe? Probably something Apple themed or something like that. But the final character on this whole list is a character coming up in the brand new Captain America film. It's the Red Hulk, played by Harrison Ford. I don't know too much about the movie, but I do know it's coming out this year. It's been something they've been working on for a long time. My guess is Disney probably wants eyes on their new film. They already have the Hulk in the game, so if Harrison Ford says, hey, I don't want my likeness in the game, they could probably just add a red version of Hulk in the game, and hey, there we go. It's the comic book version of him or whatever it might be. Now we're gonna move on over into the row below, which the theme for this row is musicians. If you don't know, Fortnite does have a Guitar Hero themed game mode in the game. They've been constantly adding musicians into the game like Eminem, we have Ariana Grande, Travis Scott, Snoop Dogg. So I think musicians coming into the game this year are a higher chance, and we might see characters like Michael Jackson. Yeah, he does have a lot of influence within the whole music industry, and having a Thriller dance for Michael Jackson as an emote would be pretty cool. Am I a big fan of Michael Jackson? No, not really, but I do know that he's all over the music industry. He's had a big impact within the music industry, so it probably makes sense that if they could get the rights to have a Michael Jackson skin in the game, people would probably go crazy over it. I'm gonna bring one of my personal favorites into the mix, Tame Impala. The main musician of this band is Kevin Parker. He's the one that basically does everything now for Tame Impala. Normally, this guy releases an album every like 5 years or so, and what do you know? The last album that he released was 2020. So hey, Kevin Parker, Tame Impala, if you're watching this video, I am waiting for a brand new album, my boy. But regardless, I think having some type of trippy or cool looking skin for Kevin Parker, aka Tame Impala, would be amazing to see in Fortnite. But if we don't have Tame Impala, we might have other characters that are a bit more loud on social media, like Oliver Tree. If you don't know of Oliver Tree, well, he does have a pretty good impact within the music industry. He doesn't take himself too seriously. He's a bit goofy online in his music videos, and I think with the multiple different outfits that he has, he could be a high contender for actually being in the music or Fortnite festival pass within the game. And I do enjoy listening to Oliver Tree. There could be so many great emotes with him. Probably him riding a scooter is my guess, because this is pretty much one of the iconic things that he used to do growing up. He was really much into BMX or scootering or whatever you might call it. He really likes to ride a scooter, so if he's gonna have an emote, it's got to be something with a scooter. The next person on this list is a big throwback for me. I grew up listening to this as a teenager, Deadmau5. I think Deadmau5 being added into the game is a high chance. He did stream Fortnite back in the day when it was in its early phase in 2017 or 2018. Deadmau5 himself did release a skin within the video game. I think it's some tank game. I really don't know exactly what tank game it is, but he is putting himself into games and working with other studios to add his likeness in video games. Can you imagine having Marshmello go up against a Deadmau5 skin? Like that would be incredible to see within Fortnite, and chances are it could happen in 2025 if Deadmau5 is down to add his likeness in the game. Finally, the last person that I have right here is, I don't know, usually the last row is something where I'm just kind of guessing what it could be, and it's none other than Paul McCartney. McCartney from the Beatles. I do like listening to the Beatles, and the Beatles have a big impact within the music industry. Let's go ahead and try and find the likeness of a Beatles member who is still alive. They could chat with Paul McCartney and see if he's okay with his likeness being added into the game. Will it happen? I don't know. The chances are pretty low. Paul McCartney is a little bit older. Maybe he really doesn't know too much about video games, but it would be cool to see at least one Beatles member added into Fortnite. And with the final row at the very bottom, the theme is content creators. And if you don't know, there are a lot of different content creators being added as skins into the game, such as Ninja and many others. So starting off the list, we have Kai Cenat. If you don't know, he did a live stream with iShowSpeed, a marathon where they would play ranked OG Fortnite builds, and they wouldn't stop streaming until they got a win, with both of them being alive. I believe since he's played the game for a very long time and he's pretty much a positive person within the content creator space, I think it's a safe bet for Epic Games to work closely with Kai and add him into the game. I think people would go crazy if they had a skin of Kai Cenat within the game. But maybe you actually want someone who's a little bit more into the Fortnite community adding content. Bush Camp Dad, I think, is a high contender to get a skin in 2025. Every single season, Bush Camp Dad hits Unreal by basically hiding or fishing and trying to stay alive as long as he can. Now, is he the best fighter in the game? No, not really. But with his skill set, it is shown that you don't have to be someone who's, you know, cranking 90s and wiping half the lobby to be good at the video game. You can essentially have your own strategy to get a victory royale. And with all the creative content that Bush Camp Dad has released within the years, I think it's about time he finally gets a skin. But perhaps you've read a little bit about these next two people who I'm putting in the same category. It could probably be a variety of people. I think it might be time to give the leakers of Fortnite to get their own skin, and not individual skins. I think it should be a mashup of all the leakers. Maybe it's not an actual character, but there's some elements of like HypeX on there with his portal, or perhaps Sheena with League of Legends profile picture that they use. Perhaps they are part of that skin as well. It'd be really cool to have some type of like hooded, anonymous kind of character in the game to bear a resemblance to the leakers that are constantly sharing what is coming up in Fortnite on Twitter and many other platforms such as YouTube. So this is kind of a wombo combo skin of many different people combined into one. It wouldn't be the likeness as to one individual. It would probably be a bunch of people mashed together, and it's kind of like, I guess, honoring the people who are constantly driving up hype and essentially bringing a lot of news to the Fortnite community when Epic Games is kind of pumping the brakes and they'd rather wait to announce things. But of course, leakers are going to do what they do best, and they're going to announce things as early as they can. The next person we have is iShowSpeed. It's kind of the same deal with Kai Cenat. I think either of them are great contenders for Fortnite. iShowSpeed is actually pretty good at the game. Like, the dude does a pretty good job of building and making sure that people are getting knocked, and he's rezzing his teammate Kai. There was a YouTuber who made a resemblance or some type of skin mock-up of what he would look like in the game, so it could be something like that where he's wearing some football jersey. There could be tons of emotes for iShowSpeed to use, but chances are it's probably going to be something with a backflip. Hopefully he doesn't land into a desk like he did in his marathon, but I think iShowSpeed could end up in the game. Final person that I have listed on the bingo sheet, it's kind of a cop-out, but hey, who's to say? Maybe it will happen. It's myself in the game. I think we all would like our own versions of ourselves within Fortnite, and I think it would be really cool to have myself one day added into the game. And if Epic Games is like, oh, that's too much work, we don't want to animate all his dreads, hey, I have a whole mock-up of what this skin could look like in the game. So yeah, like, half the work is done for you. But if you guys have any recommendations as to what skins you might see in 2025, let me know in the comment section down below. Thank you very much to my Patreon supporters. It's literally one person, so thank you very much, SassPass. And thank you for watching all the way to the end. As always, stay hydrated, gamers.
Fortnite is suing a teenager. Yes, you heard that correctly. If you haven't seen these screenshots circulating on social media, they're from the legal case Epic Games versus Sebastian Araujo. Epic Games, of course, being the parent company of Fortnite, And Sebastian Araujo, some of you might know, but under a different name. He uses the gamer tag Subortian. This lawsuit accuses Sebastian of cheating in Fortnite. And for those of you wondering why Epic Games would go all the way as to sue someone just for cheating in a video game, well, he wasn't using these cheats in public matches. In fact, he was using them in competitive play to gain an advantage and earn thousands of dollars in tournaments across multiple accounts over a series of months. And with Epic's lawyers having Sebastian in their sights, he has completely disappeared. Now, after reaching out to Sebastian, his previous teammates, and his friends, I have only heard back from a couple of them who have all declined to comment because they're scared that Epic Games is coming after them too. Today, I'm going to be telling the entire story of Subortian and his lawsuit versus Epic Games. If you're a fan of Fortnite, you've probably come across one or two, or maybe like 25 hackers during your time playing the game. These guys are everywhere, ruining your ranked games, constantly causing trouble in competition, and sometimes even teaming up with the highest ranked players to earn more money. Some of you may have seen my last video about the cheating problem in Fortnite, and although that one was very informative about how people are cheating, this one is going to go into a lot more nitty-gritty about the legal consequences and dangers of cheating. And for those of you who haven't seen that video yet, I'm going to do a very quick recap of what we talked about. Hackers have been a problem since the beginning of gaming, and Fortnite has been no different. And with these hackers getting worse and worse, it's gotten to the point where cash cups were unplayable, and especially in the zero builds game mode. For those of you that don't know, Epic Games even had to remove cash cups in the zero build game mode because pretty much every single leaderboard was filled with exclusively cheaters. With all of this buzz, people were starting to take notice of the hacker problem.
We've now had a lot of pros play with people who have been accused a lot of cheating.
This guy can literally shoot through walls. You just...
Wow, bro. He just maxed his gold. It's the fucking cheaters. It's the fucking cheaters. Oh my god.
They were watching all the times that streamers got killed by hackers in Fortnite.
Just to summarize the entire situation, basically there's a ton of hackers, and players like me, and I'm sure a lot of you, are fed up with the way the game was going.
Billion-dollar company, bro. Literally multi-billion that does collabs to exploit children, by the way. Fired their whole staff team. Kids are false fucking cheating, streaming, and they still can't get rid of them. This game has been out for 5-7 years.
Until recently, Fortnite was not doing much about any of this. Although Epic Games does have the easy anti-cheat, which is one of the best anti-cheats in gaming equipped, it just wasn't stopping the cheaters. But on November 26th, Fortnite announced their plans for Chapter 6, along with a lengthy list of changes coming to the competitive integrity rules in tournaments. Just to name a few, they're introducing FNCS Divisional Cups that require players to advance through multiple rounds of competition before being able to compete for that cold hard cash. And for those of you wondering how that will stop hackers, basically the idea is if you have to play 2 tournaments before getting to the 3rd tournament where you can earn money, well then Epic Games is more likely to catch you hacking before you actually get a chance to earn money. On top of that, another rule that was put in place is that if you're caught playing with a cheater in a tournament, you will now face a 28-day competitive ban. And if you get caught a second time, well, you risk being banned permanently. On top of that, anybody who receives a 14-day or longer competitive ban cannot compete in FNCS tournaments that season, or whatever the next FNCS after your ban is. And perhaps the most important announcement, which is most relevant to what we're talking about today, Epic has promised to ramp up legal action against both players who cheat and cheat sellers. Although this is shocking, it isn't completely new for Fortnite. There have been a few rare cases of Epic Games suing cheat sellers, but they have been very few and far between. In 2017, Epic Games sued a 14-year-old who was advertising hacks on his YouTube channel. And then again in 2022, Epic Games sued a different cheater known as Blaze FN. Blaze was selling cheats alongside inactive accounts with rare skins and a whole bunch of other things that go against Epic TOS. Like I said, I did a full video already explaining a lot of that stuff, but I just want you guys to have a full picture of what's happened up until this point. But other than those two examples and a couple other smaller cases that were settled outside of the courtroom, there haven't been a ton of people catching cases from cheating in Fortnite. So when this new rule came out with Epic saying they were going to start taking legal action, a lot of people didn't believe them until now. On December 16th, 2024, just 4 days before I'm recording this video, Epic Games launched a lawsuit against another known cheater named Sabortian, or Sebastian Araujo. Unfortunately, we don't have a ton of information about Sabortian. As soon as he heard that he was being sued by Epic, he privated all of his accounts that were once public and also has stopped talking to everybody online. But what we do know from Epic's legal paperwork is that he does live in the state of California in the United States, and he is 18 years or older because otherwise they would have had to keep his name private. As far as Sabortian's Fortnite career goes, his Wikipedia page says that he came into the competitive scene on April 8th of 2023 at DreamHack San Diego. And let's just say he didn't do too well, coming only in 21st in the qualifying rounds. While we don't know if this was his first official tournament, because we do have proof that he had switched accounts many times, this was the first tournament attributed to his main account, so we're gonna count that as his first. Following this tournament's poor performance, Sabortian mostly focused on playing zero builds. He would compete in a few cash cups throughout the end of 2023 and into the beginning of 2024. Sabortian would only ever play on the NA region and rarely placed higher than 50th. Then later on in 2024, something seemed to click. And that thing was most likely the cheats that he had installed on his PC. On March 28th of 2024, Sebastian placed third in a weekly duos console cash cup, earning $650. Following that cash cup, he started consistently placing higher and even playing in multiple regions outside of North America like Europe and OCE. He ended up getting multiple first place finishes in zero build cash cups. And at the beginning of this video, I told you guys zero build cash cups were where all of the cheaters went to win. And while Sebastian's official Wikipedia page only lists his earnings at $4,650, he was known to have a variety of burner accounts. That way he could play tournaments without getting banned. Or sometimes he would get banned and then just move on to playing on another account with a VPN. So with all of this being said, and some of the personal statements I have heard, I would estimate that the total amount of money that he made is almost $50,000 from hacking in Fortnite. And as a legit player myself, this is hugely frustrating. Knowing that every single cash cup, I'm going to be going up against a ton of hackers trying to steal as much money as possible, it kind of makes me feel hopeless getting into the competitive scene. How are young players or old guys like me supposed to practice or even attempt to make a name for themselves in competitive if they keep getting ran down by aimbotters every cash cup? Obviously, many people were annoyed at hackers in general, but especially Sebastian, because he wasn't exactly hiding his hacks. It was pretty obvious to everybody in the community that this guy was fully rage hacking. In fact, he was called out multiple times on Twitter by other players, including one of the best Fortnite players of all time, Malibuka. As you can see from the screenshot that Malibuka tweeted, Sabortian is at the top of the leaderboard, and then Malibuka says that the entire top 5 are rage cheating. Whether or not all of them are cheating, I don't know, but Malabuka seems to know what he's talking about, and we do know for a fact now that Sabortian was cheating, which means a lot of those other people probably were too. Because of all this attention, Epic Games needed to do something. Every time his account would get banned, he would just come back on another one, sometimes even using the same name again. Nothing was working, so Epic Games had to take the next logical step. They were going to court. On December 18th of 2024, Epic Games announced on their competitive Twitter page that they were launching a lawsuit against a player who was caught cheating in official tournaments. This tweet was in response to the original changes in community policing that were announced back in November that I mentioned before. So this was clearly Epic Games saying that they would live up to their word and finally hold cheaters accountable. While Epic Games didn't announce on the Twitter who this lawsuit was against, it wasn't very hard to find the cheater. All these sleuths on Twitter and other social medias quickly deduced that the unlucky cheater was none other than Sabortian. After finding that out, I used a public records lookup to get access to the complaint filed by Epic Games, and I read all 21 pages so that you guys don't have to. And before I tell you what the contents is, I want you all to know that this is all public information that you can find yourself, so this isn't me giving away anything secret that I shouldn't. I'll even leave the link to the complaint by Epic Games down below in the description, so you guys can read it in detail if for some reason you want to do that. But for those of you who aren't going to read it and would rather hear me explain it, here we go. For those of you who aren't legal gurus, a complaint in a lawsuit is basically the document that starts off the lawsuit. It's filled out by the plaintiff, which in this case is Epic Games, who is the person that's complaining about somebody else's action. And on this complaint, it lists all of the allegations against the defendant, also known as Sebastian, who is the person that allegedly did something wrong. In this complaint, it defines Sebastian as a cheater who uses aimbot and wall hacks. Despite being banned multiple times, he continues to make fake accounts and uses spoofers to cheat at the game. Epic Games claimed that Sebastian is allegedly violating them in 4 different ways: circumvention of technological measures, breach of contract, copyright infringement, and fraud in the inducement. And if those 4 phrases were confusing to you, they were to me too, so I did a little bit of research, and I'm going to break down exactly what Epic Games is claiming in the most simple possible terms. The first claim, which is circumvention of technological measures, sounds very complicated, but essentially it's pretty simple. Sebastian is allegedly going out of his way and completely ignoring the anti-cheat systems that were put in place to stop hacking. He uses things like a multi-computer DMA setup and spoofers. For the second claim, the breach of contract, this is more obvious. His actions directly violated multiple contracts that he agreed to during his time playing competitively. As gamers, we randomly agree to so many contracts and terms of service and never really think about what we're signing. For those of you that don't know, that little thing that pops up before you start a new Fortnite tournament where you have to hit agree is essentially a contract. And if you're like me and you're a legit player, you don't even worry about reading them because it's not going into your mind that you're going to get caught for doing anything. But when you're a hacker, things get a little bit more tricky. So essentially, this breach of contract is that Sebastian clicked that little agree button, but didn't actually do what he agreed to do. Third, Epic Games has claimed copyright infringement, and this one might not be as obvious. However, when you use cheats, you are essentially using a version of Fortnite that is warped to allow things like aimbot and wall hacks to work. These are considered unauthorized use of the game's software code. When he was banned the first time, Fortnite terminated his end user license agreement, which means he can never play Fortnite again. But by making a new account, he bypassed Epic, further infringing on their copyright. And finally, the most confusing of the 4 for me, fraud in the inducement. But after doing a little bit of research, it wasn't so difficult to understand. What fraud in the inducement basically means is that you trick somebody else into signing an agreement. So for example, I'm trying to sell you my old car. I can tell you that nothing's wrong with it, but secretly I know that the engine doesn't work and the car won't run. But I make you sign a contract, and after you buy it, it breaks down on the highway driving home. That would be fraud in the inducement because I lied to get you to sign a contract. However, in this case, Sebastian made fake accounts after getting banned. And according to Epic Games lawyers, he did this at least 3 times that we know about. And he accepted the Fortnite EULA with these accounts 9 whole times. Not to mention, he also entered into 18 tournaments, accepting the tournament agreement each time. Since Sebastian knowingly made fake accounts to deceive Epic Games, this could be considered fraud. And that's enough of the legal jargon for this video. Now I'm gonna explain what the consequences of this actually might be. At this time, we don't know exactly how much money or what consequences Epic Games is looking for, but it would have to match on some level to the damage that Epic Games took because of his hacking. And to be clear, this isn't as simple as just paying back the money that he stole. This cost Epic Games way more than the $50,000 that he took from cheating in competition. Because of the hacking that's been going on, many players have quit the game. This means less people are playing and spending their hard-earned cash on the newest skibbity toilet backbling. And although I don't know exactly how much money Epic Games wants, there was some insider information that Aussie Antics said he had on Twitter where Epic Games might be seeking up to $200,000 in this lawsuit. However, the final payout could be less than this or even way more, depending on how everything plays out in court. So far, Epic Games lawyers have a pretty good track record of stuff like this, so if I was Sebastian, I would have also disappeared from the internet too. As I said earlier in the video, I did reach out to Sebastian for comment, as well as some of his friends on Discord and previous teammates, and even the ones that did talk to me didn't want their names or anything that I could associate back to them to be put in this video because they are scared. And with all of this being public information in the courts, there is only going to be more coming out, and who knows if this is going to stop with Sebastian, because Epic Games could be coming after everybody, including you. Well, that's if you're a cheater. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. This one was super interesting and took me a lot of research, so please do hit the subscribe button if you enjoyed. Comment down below whether or not you think that Epic Games should be suing Supportian, and as always, watch this video right here. I will see you guys in the next one. I love you all. Thank you for all the support. Enjoy the holidays and the new year, and I will see you soon. Peace. Hackers.
What? Yeah, my
Perhaps the single most annoying thing in all of gaming.
This guy's cheating.
They always appear and ruin your day just when you're about to get a victory royale. But these annoying cheaters have become more advanced.
What the f?
Dude, like, actually how are you not banned, bro?
Wow, bro. It's the f***ing cheaters. Oh my god.
Fortnite has given away over $100 million throughout the various tournaments in the last 6 years. And with that much money on the line, there's always someone behind a screen or ready to break a rule and steal a piece of it that they don't deserve.
Does Epic Games realize what's happening?
Today, with the help of this anonymous member of the Fortnite hacking and cheating community, I will be exposing the massive network of cheaters that have been robbing Fortnite and all of the honest players blind of money for the better part of a decade.
Hi, I'm and I run the most popular Fortnite cheat selling company. I've made over $5,000 cheating on Fortnite and qualified for FNCS Grand Finals.
While some of the more casual fans I have might associate hacking with that one cracked guy who keeps cranking 90s in your lobby, it wasn't always like that. People have been cheating and hacking in video games ever since the first game was ever invented, way before Fortnite was even a thought in the minds of Epic Games. Back in the day, developers would integrate cheat codes into their game. This was mainly to help out during the playtesting phase of the game development, but the developers left these cheat codes in the back end of the games after they were released. They put them there thinking that nobody would even notice, considering it was just useless game files, but But throughout time, hackers started to notice that if they accessed these game files, they could cheat like the developers. Cheating became a widely accepted part of the gaming community. Don't get me wrong, there were still gaming purists, but most people were just cheating at home on their own game, and it wasn't exactly hurting anybody else's experience. However, as time went on and online multiplayer games like Fortnite were invented, people started developing hacks that would impact not just themselves, but the players that they were cheating against. When people started first cheating in online shooters, it was very easy to tell. You could see them flying around the sky with their limbs flailing all over the place, killing literally everyone on sight. But recently, as hacks and cheats have improved, it's become much harder to figure out if someone is really cheating, or they might just be really good at the game. Of course, most video games like Fortnite have now adapted and have built-in cheat detectors. However, they're in a constant battle with hackers to stay one step ahead of the curve. There are two main types of hacks in Fortnite that I want to cover today. One are aim and trigger bots, and the other is ESP. Aim bots and trigger bots are pretty self-explanatory. It basically gives you a robotic arm. You see, the computer will automatically lock onto opponents' heads so that you don't have to aim train at all. The hacks will basically do the work for you. Now, to be fair, it is much more nuanced, and if you are a terrible player that starts cheating, it's very obvious, whereas a good player might not be as easily detected if their aim only gets slightly better. And then there's ESP, which is another type of hacks which are called extrasensory perception. When you have hacks like these turned on, it will display important player information on the screen and let you see players through walls. And on top of seeing them, you'll also know what HP the players are at, possibly what rank they are, what weapons they have, and anything else that the ESP developer puts in. See, most of these hacks come from sellers online. These hackers basically promise you that you can play the game undetected from Epic's anti-cheat software, but in reality, you will probably get caught anyway. Epic Games knows that these sites exist too, because they've sued cheaters before. Not just once, but multiple times. In 2017, Epic Games sued a 14-year-old who was advertising hacks on his YouTube channel. And he wasn't some massive YouTuber, he only had 14,000 subscribers. But Epic is incredibly serious. They argued in the lawsuit that these hacks were not only ruining the fun of the game, but also actively violating Epic's copyrights. On top of that, in 2022, Epic Games sued an entirely different cheater known as Blaze FN. Blaze was selling cheats alongside inactive accounts with rare skins and a bunch of other stuff that went against Epic's terms of service. Obviously, Epic Games was not happy with him either, and we don't know how much Blaze was required to pay Epic Games, but we do know that Epic Games won the lawsuit and donated all of the money they won to charity. After he was caught, however, Blaze never sold hacks again. And you should consider these cheaters lucky, because in other game titles before, people have not gotten away with just a slap on the wrist or paying some money. In 2020, Gary Bowser, who was a member of the well-known hacking group Team Executor, was arrested for his role in creating and distributing hardware and software that enabled piracy on Nintendo consoles. After his arrest, Bowser was extradited to the United States in 2021, and after that he pleaded guilty to multiple charges, where he was sentenced to 40 months in prison. This case, for the first time, highlighted these serious legal ramifications of hacking for making money. So with all of that on the line, why would anybody risk cheating for a few $100s or the glory of their name on a leaderboard? And to find out the answer to this question, I asked one of Fortnite's leading cheat developers how he started cheating in the first place.
I bought a spoofer and then I started buying cheats. Or I didn't want to buy cheats because they cost money. So I had a YouTube channel for when I was good at the game. And then I said to the cheat developers, the random ones, I don't remember what the name should be, that I'll make YouTube videos if you give me a cheat key. So that's how I first got into cheating.
And I assumed if he had continued to cheat for this long, there must be some big positive upside to it, considering all the risk.
So I don't know what it would be overall, but we're the most popular DMA cheat, And on like the best month, like a few months ago, there was FNCS heaps of zero build tournaments. We made 30,000 USD, and every month it's above 10,000 USD. From hardware, from the DMA firmware, spoofer, and the sheet. There's other DMA sheets they make 5,000 or 6,000 a month, which is a livable amount off selling DMA sheets. And then people who buy the sheets, you spend like $200 on the setup, and then you earn 2 zero build cups, and you've already made your money back.
And with so much money to be made, I guess it isn't really surprising that there are people willing to do anything to get it. And there aren't just a few players cheating, there are thousands. Based on your knowledge, how many people are cheating?
So if you're just playing pubs and stuff, like a cheater's not really just going to be playing normal games, not getting anything from that. But if you look at like high level tournaments, my experience is mostly in build, because I don't play zero build, it's just boring and you just buy the cheaters. So last season I played OC Grand Finals and 7 out of 8 at the Duo Cash Cup Finals, like top 40 for money. And usually in every week of like the set lobby, like the finals of FNCS or the finals of the Duo Cash Cup, there's like 2 or 3 cheating teams, and that's on OC. And that's like usually there's usually like one known cheater that's like good and like hasn't been banned in a few months, and there's usually like 1 or 2 people that are just rage hacking and get banned a few days later. So in build, I would say, I don't know what it'll be on each region, but on OC it's usually like 3 out of 50. But on Middle East, I saw like people who were cheating. Someone came 6th in the last FNCS Grands cheating. And in zero build, you know, if you look at the leaderboards, there's people with 2 events played winning them. So I think it'll be like 80% of the top 10 in zero build tournaments.
Now, I obviously can't perfectly confirm or deny the accusations from our anonymous source. However, I can 100% tell you that he was on the leaderboard of the FNCS Grand Finals while hacking, and he's still on that leaderboard today. And to further back up these claims, we have seen some pro players get caught cheating before, and not just any players. For those of you who don't know who Repulse is, he was the winner of the 2023 Major Grand Finals in the OCE region.
But there was one team who was making waves in Major 3, and that was Jace and Repulse.
You see, Repulse actually quit the game long before that tournament.
Now, Repulse is one of the best OCE keyboard and mouse players in the first few years of Fortnite's release, even placing 4th at DreamHack Anaheim 2020, a LAN event. Very impressive for a player from such a small region, but come to the end of 2021 and he would quit and disappear from the internet entirely.
What that means is that Repulse was not the actual player on that account. In fact, he hadn't played Fortnite in almost 2 years.
Strangely, on his return midway through 2023, he would be playing Controller.
That keyboard to controller switch was just the first in many pieces of evidence that would come out, which proved that Repulse's account was being played on by a hacker. However, this cheater was about to make a huge mistake. He actually won the Major 3 Grand Finals on Repulse's account. And you're probably asking to me, why is that a mistake? Isn't the point of cheating to win and get the money? And to that, I would answer yes. However, there's another factor at play here. The winner of the Major 3 FNCS in OCE would also be qualified for the 2023 Global Championship LAN event. And for those of you who haven't caught on yet, that was the huge mistake. Because you see, this is a LAN event, and since Repulse wasn't the player on the actual account, he would still have to go to LAN because Epic Games knew what Repulse looked like IRL. And that meant whoever was playing on Repulse's account couldn't go, and Repulse himself would have to go instead. And this is where things got even worse, because according to multiple anonymous pro players that I spoke to, Repulse was telling other players at the LAN event the truth, and basically saying he didn't really qualify and that someone was playing on his account. And after this, it didn't take long for word to get back to Epic Games and Blast about what was going on. Later in this video, we'll be talking about another player from the 2023 Global Championships and their involvement with the cheating problem. And I promise it's someone who will shock every single one of you. So armed with this knowledge that pro players were cheating, I was curious to ask the cheat developer more about how often these cheaters are getting caught. After all, if someone could make it all the way to global championships by cheating, who knows how many people on our leaderboards are cheating right now?
So the anti-cheat is like Valorant, Fortnite have good anti-cheats for detecting software running on your computer. But when it's not on your computer and the only suspicious thing on your device is literally like something appearing as a real device, they're not gonna like ban you for having a real tech internet device.
Well, I guess that's sort of a bright side. Fortnite does have a great anti-cheat. They can ban a very high percentage of players that are cheating. But if you get caught, is it easy to start cheating again?
So when you get banned in Fortnite, they ban your hardware, which is like usually your motherboard, your SSD, and your like IP. So to spoof, you only really need to change your. If you don't want to buy a spoof, you can just buy a new SSD and motherboard. But the spoof is like $20, the one I sell. So it just changes your motherboard serial numbers, and then you reset your computer, and then you're unbanned.
So not only are people cheating, but they're doing it again and again and again. And it creates this horrible cycle because these serial cheaters have no chance of ever being unbanned, so what do they have to lose by trying to cheat again? I know the only big example I have given of cheating so far was the repull situation, and I'm sure many of you already knew about that. And on top of that, the repull situation was over a year ago now, so why should you even care? Well, the truth is, that is just one example that's been made very public. But luckily, our anonymous source was able to shed some light on just how current this problem really is. I didn't know you played grand finals last season.
I came top 22. I'm not going to say exactly what I came, but yeah, OCE grand finals.
Wow. That's insane. Yep, like I said before in the video, he really did qualify for the OCE Grand Finals. To keep his privacy, I promised I wouldn't tell you what his name on the leaderboard was, but I can confirm that it's true. And if that's the case, it's possible that this cheating problem runs deeper than we ever thought. Just last season, this one hacker has claimed $1,000 in Fortnite earnings, and there are people that have allegedly made way more than him. Epic Games and all of the legitimate Fortnite players are basically being robbed blind by these cheaters. Now, both of those examples I gave you came from the OCE region, and many say that this is the region where there's most cheating and that the problem only exists there. Unfortunately, however, this is far from the truth, because another grand finalist from Major 3 was recently banned by Epic Games. However, the cheater in question, Herc, made grand finals on the North American region, the region that right next to EU is supposed to be the best in the world. And after being banned, Herc even publicly admitted that he was cheating. And on top of that, he started a Discord where he is now selling his cheats to other players. And while we're talking about Herc, I want to talk about the next big problem with cheating. Remember earlier in the video when I told you we would talk about another player from the Global Championships? Well, now it's time we talk about how one of the biggest Fortnite pros in the world, Cooper, is involved in this situation. Before I go any further, I want to make it 1000% clear that I am not claiming that Cooper is cheating. In fact, I am 100% positive that he is not cheating. So that begs the question, Timmy, why did you even bring Cooper up? Well, I want to point out that there is a large number of pro players who also don't cheat themselves, but are teaming up with cheaters to play tournaments. And the player that was caught cheating in grand finals on NA, named Herc, actually recently played a tournament with Cooper. In a series of tweets about the situation, Cooper claims that he had no clue Herc was cheating. And to be honest with you, I have no clue whether or not Cooper knew. I am inclined to give Cooper the benefit of the doubt in this situation, being that he's a high enough tier player that on his own region, he could play with pretty much any teammate and wouldn't need to resort to playing with cheaters. And I also am not only going to call out Cooper. One of the best Fortnite players of all time, Queasy, also queued up for a tournament with Herc. And once again, I'll make it very clear, I'm not accusing anybody of doing this on purpose. There isn't really any way to know other than by asking Queasy or Herc if Queasy knew the truth about the situation. However, a piece of evidence that goes against Queasy is that he did make this tweet before playing with Herc. Need 3 underrated aimers for NAC. Although at first glance this might seem like an innocent tweet, the term aimer has been used by the cheating community for a long time as a way to signify that they are cheating without actually saying it. That way, if anybody from Epic ever saw these tweets, they wouldn't actually know what they were saying. And it would also minimize their risk of getting banned or receiving any sort of backlash from their fans. And once again, I believe in being fair, and I won't just call out one person for this either, because Queasy is not alone. Here are tweets from the FNCS winners, Malibuka and Swizzy. Malibuka says that he needs Kovacs goats. And for those of you that don't know what Kovacs is, it's a very popular aim trainer. So once again, he's using this same aimer language that Queasy did to try and hide the fact that he wants to play with cheaters. Now, Swizzy was a little bit more direct by just saying need 3 cheaters for NAC Reload. And I couldn't find any proof of him playing with them on a leaderboard, but he may have queued with people who were later banned, so I don't really know whether this was a joke or not. But the fact that I don't know whether or not he's joking is the problem. The fact that the cheating situation has gotten so terrible to the fact where I think FNCS winners are willing to queue up with cheaters just shows you how bad it's truly gotten. And if all of this wasn't enough, and you're still saying to yourself, who really cares, Timmy? These pro players are already making money anyway, so who cares who they team up with? Well, that is where the problem lies. See, consistently we've seen pro players complain over and over again on Twitter about hackers. And if any of you guys follow me over on Twitch and watch my streams, you know that I complain about it every time I get one of these guys in my game. However, there's this mindset that players have developed recently that basically says if I can't beat the hackers, I might as well join them, because at the end of the day, it's Epic Games' responsibility to limit cheaters, not ours. But I don't think that's 100% true. Yes, of course, it is the job of Epic Games and the easy anti-cheat to limit the cheaters in our lobbies. But by pro players consistently queuing up with cheaters, it legitimizes them and makes it less likely that they'll get caught. So these pro players are just hurting their own cause and adding to this epidemic of cheaters in our lobbies. And this isn't the only way that players are using hackers to cheat without actually buying the cheats themselves. In the very popular solo Victory Cup tournaments, people are now paying hackers to eliminate all the other players in the lobby for them so they can get a free win.
Actually, not that many pro players, but a lot of mid-tier players. So there's this strategy. So you're in a solo Victory Cup and you pay someone that's rage cheating, like $30 for example, because you get 100 if you win, to like clear out the lobby, kill everyone for you, and then they just killed themselves and you win the game. But you just in a box the whole game, so you're not like technically teaming, because you're not just gonna like pick them, I guess, if you know they're cheating. And then they'll just like die in the last top 2, and then you'll win $100 and you pay them 30. So a lot of people like are doing this, like playing with cheaters, I guess, especially in solos, and it's like a good strategy, I guess, because you get $70 from a solo cup, and then you get actual earnings on your Fortnite account, and if the cheater gets banned, it doesn't affect you at all, because they just die.
So obviously hacking is a pretty big issue that doesn't get talked about nearly enough in the Fortnite community. We mentioned before that a majority of hacks now are hardware based, and the hacker even showed us a little video explaining how they look in the PC.
So the first device we have here is the DMA card. This is what reads the memory of Fortnite, and it is plugged into your PCIe slot, but I just have a riser because it doesn't fit properly. And then the cord goes to your second computer, which is, I just have a laptop for example, and then this is what the cheat shows on, and usually it would show on your computer's monitor, but with a device called a fuser, it overlays whatever's on this onto your main monitor. And then this is Arduino, which is like the virtual mouse. This is how the aimbot works. It plugs into both computers, and it is how it clicks, and it does all the aimbot. And that's the devices.
As you can see, they look like normal computer parts. Of course, if you're at LAN, these hacks would be detected immediately. However, for any online tournament, you could easily get away with it because anti-cheat only detects software hacks, not these DMA cheats. So with all of this being said, Epic Games clearly needs to come up with some new creative ways to detect hackers, especially if they want the online tournaments to remain serious and not lose a bunch of their player base. I'm gonna explain a couple of ways that Fortnite technically could limit the hackers. One of the most simplistic ways they could do this is by measuring response time. For those of you that don't know what response time is, it's basically the amount of time that it takes for your brain to realize that there's somebody in front of you to the moment when your finger clicks the mouse and shoots the player. The average human response time is about 250 milliseconds, and for high-level pro players, this average is probably closer to 150 milliseconds. And the fastest ever recorded response time is 101 milliseconds. Now, if you're playing with a trigger bot hack, you don't actually have to see what's in front of you or click your mouse button. Because of this, these hacks have an average response time of 10 milliseconds, which is literally 1,000 times faster than the fastest ever human response time. So, if gaming companies wrote a simple algorithm that would determine a player's average response time, this could be used to determine who's hacking and who's just naturally gifted with response time. Because no matter how naturally gifted you are, you're not going to beat the human world record by 1,000 times. And the hacker we interviewed agrees that this is a good choice.
AI anti-cheat, or like detecting that you've shot 10 people in 10 milliseconds, you should just be banned. And like, that shouldn't exist. Like, instantly, if you are shooting people faster than human reaction time, that's such an easy thing to track. I think there's things like there's like those overwolf and things to like show you your gameplay stats. Like, they can even like detect how fast you're shooting. The Fortnite anti-cheat should be able to detect that you're shooting too fast and ban people that are trigger botting, for example.
Of course, this wouldn't catch every hacker, because not everybody uses a trigger bot. There are still people that are using their DMAs to use ESP cheats where they see through walls and other stuff like that. However, this would be a great start. Of course, this wouldn't catch every hacker, but it would be a great way to start actually banning people using some of the more aggressive trigger bot hacks. And that being said, if Epic doesn't even want to do something that drastic, they could also just add better monitoring to FNCS lobbies. Just hire real human beings to watch perspectives live and in replays. I genuinely think if they just added a few people to comb through these games and to respond to people that are being reported heavily, they would limit a lot of the major cheating that's going on in tournaments. And why is this so important? Because things like this completely delegitimize the esports community as a whole. And I know for a fact that's the last thing that Epic Games wants. Because to be 100% honest, if Fortnite and Epic don't find a way to get this under control, I'm not sure how long the pro Fortnite scene will be able to survive.
Someone's rezzing right now.
That means he's halfway with your res. He's just getting it warmed up for you. Yeah. All right, locked in.
Lock it in, boys and girls.
Lock it in.
We just gotta go play like edge zone, like right there.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
You're so good.
Minis on me if anyone wants to land on me.
Oh no, my thing's bugged again.
What's bugged?
Oh, mine is
Docs
too.
here?
I can't look.
Yeah, I can't move anything. All right,
Can't move anything. There's a guy, man. Did you guys see those two things I marked?
What the heck?
Shoot.
Oh no.
There's a guy there. Watch out. Low ground. Be careful.
I'm dead.
Hackers. Fortnite is suing a